Um, I'm just setting up my stream deck because when I stream dev streams, I stream my desktop. It's a completely different scene to streaming a game. So all my buttons don't apply, like the blocker and all of that. So I need to do a different OBS thing or stream deck. Even though my stream deck, the buttons are largely ineligible. The screen itself is completely fucked. It's just so completely borked. That I shouldn't even be using the stream deck, but I need to use there's an app. There's an app for phones that you can basically use that it's free and you can just anyway, I need to do the buttons. But the EU5, I was talking about the EU5 mod that I made. So, like, I'm trying to learn the game. I'm trying to learn the mechanics. I'm trying to learn all the things with the game. And there are 20 different major things with the game that you have to learn, right? It's not just one or the other. It's economics, taxation, estates, production, consumption, markets. It's diplomacy. It's wars and armies and levies and research and institution. Like there are many dimensions to that game, and it's like to somebody who has never played any of those games before in their life, jumping into EU5, it was just like it just blasts you, right? It's just like blasts you in the face with like all of this shit that you have to suddenly know how to do, right? So when you watch a YouTuber who's really good at the game, who's got 1,000 hours in the game, they play it and they make it look really easy. They make it look really easy. They're making all of these decisions like we're gonna give this privilege to the estates and this and this and this. We're gonna pass this law, and they make it look easy because they know what they can anticipate, right? Well, when you're fresh new to the game, you don't have any of that. You don't have any of the knowledge. Of course, the cat chooses that moment to jump into the lap and scratch my legs. Thank you very much for that. So the mod that I made, I want to upload it to Steam, but I don't know. Hello, Robert. I still don't have any votes in my sweet poll. I put a poll in the chat and still nobody has voted. It's just like, how do I know what to do if nobody votes? So like what was I got lost. I got off track. Cat, will you just lay down? There you go. Just lay down in the lap. So when you're playing the game, it's just a lot. There's a lot to it. Like I played in the first game that I have going, I played like 60 years in the game before even thinking about starting a war with somebody. Like I was so scared. Like I didn't know, because a war you can go, it can get bad fast. In a war, it can go sideways really fast. And so I made a mod. And I kind of combined the ideas of a couple other mods. I downloaded, I subscribed to a couple other mods just to start learning how to mod the game. And it's relatively straightforward. They're all basically just JSON scripts, or you could consider them like almost like Lua. It's like a bastardization of Lua and JSON. That's kind of how the back end of EU5 or Paradox games work. I closed the bedroom door, so she's over here going like, I don't have a bed to sleep on. So what it does is add cabinet actions that you can do with your cabinet, because you can have, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on the game rank and stuff, or your country rank. But the cabinet members can boost little aspects of the game, right? They can boost development in a province. They can integrate a province. They can integrate, or they can convert. Oh, Kelly, welcome. They can convert to culture. They can convert to religion. Like, cabinet actions are pretty nice for very focused effects. And we have what looks like 2 votes for model. Ooh. We might do model. Somebody, and if I want everybody to vote, everybody needs to vote so we know what the hell we're doing today. The code, by the way, I need to refactor pipes. So the pipe system needs to be completely rebuilt. I'm gonna, scrap. It's gonna be scrapped for parts, and I'm gonna piece together another set of pipes with new objects to sort of fix that system. But anyway, so my mods, I add FG branded versions of a lot of the cabinet actions, and they are player only. So only the player, a human player, will be able to use them. They are prevented from just AIs, because if your general AIs were able to use my cabinet actions, you wouldn't stand a chance. like every country in the world would be this super OP, like crazy behemoth. So what I did is I made them player only, and then a couple of them I made usable by the subjects of human players, right? So if you create a vassal while playing, that vassal will have access to just a couple of the super crazy OP. It's like assimilate, right? You're converting to culture. So when you tell a vassal or a subject to convert to your culture, usually that can take years, 70 years in the game. With my cabinet action, that's done, in 5. So it's really fast. But I don't give subjects access to all of them, because some of them would make the subjects more powerful than the player very quickly. So I use it to learn, right? I use it to learn the mechanics. So like, I have one called Strength and Government, FG, that is crazy powerful. Like, all it does, it's an insane buff to a country. Let's just put it that. It's Strength and Government is like putting in God mode in a shooter game. Like, it is crazy how powerful it is. But when I'm going to war, like, I want to learn how war works. And I only want to learn how war works. Right? I don't want to deal with my estates. I don't want to deal with a bunch of shit when I'm at war with a country. I want to just figure out how that works, figure out how sieges work, and all of that stuff. And so I put on Strength and Government, which caps all of my estates. It's just like, it kind of, it almost is like, it puts the country under martial law and is like, nobody F with the ruler while we're at war, right? Don't stir the pot. You don't want nobles rebelling or anything like that. So it's super overpowered. And that way I can just focus, for 4 or 5 years, I can just focus on the war and figure that out. So it's a good mod for basically trivializing a lot of the things, as much or as little as you want. And that's kind of when I first go into modding in a game, that's usually what I do, is I smooth out the edges and I get it to work. Okay, I need to let's see. The number 1 here, on break, webcam, mute OBS. Okay. So we have I don't have an on break, so that's not gonna work. Webcam though, I don't. Source visibility. This would be desktop and webcam. So if I hit that button, wink, wink. This is behind the scenes, everybody. Like, how many other YouTubers show what buttons they have for their fucking Stream Decks? I don't think I've ever seen it. And there's a lot of them in here, and you can obviously get add-ons. Like Twitch has a few. Yeah, there's a lot. You can do a lot of things. Control center. Let's see. Switch the light on and off. I want to do that. I think that is. No, that's not right. Yeah, delete. Jesus. Was there multi-action? Oh, there it is. Time for sleep. That's what I wanted. And then OBS was, I think maybe audio mixer. Yeah, toggle mute. There we go. Mute. Now when I hit that, why source mic. There we go. So now, and yep, that works. Okay. Yeah, I can barely see the labels. It's just static. It's just a static mess on the things. And I reached out to the company and was like, hey, I haven't had this very long, and it's 99% of its life, it's the screensaver is on, so the thing is off, right? So you just hit the button, you hit this button here, and it just turns the screen off, right? 99.9% of this thing's life, the screen is off, right? And so I didn't have it very long, and the buttons, the little screens on the buttons just started getting all staticky and stuff. And I'm like, what's going on? And they made me find the receipt from buying it and send them a copy of the receipt. And then they came back to me and said, because I was 2 years and some months past the purchase date. And they wrote back and they're like, you're out of the warranty. We have 2 years warranty, and you're out of that. We can give you a little discount on another one, right? We can give you I don't know what it was, $15 or something like that towards another one. And they're $150. It's not. So I wrote back to them. I just remember this. I was so pissed. I was like, I wrote back and I said, making a product you only expect to be functional for 2 years is insanity. I said, you're never going to get another dime of mine. 2 years. This thing has been off for 99% of its life. Off. Right? Screen's off in sleep mode. And it still only lasted 2 years. It still broke. So I would imagine if you never used the screensaver that you're going to get a couple months out of it at most. I was pissed. I was just like, what the hell cheap knockoff bullshit parts do you use from the dregs of China to fucking make this thing so cheap? It's just one of those products that you just look at and you're going, oh my God. It could have been wonderful. It could have been great, but yeah, it just pisses me off. Okay, so everybody seems, well, the 3 votes that we have, I don't know why we only have 3 votes. I mean, we're hitting 8 people in here. Y'all need to vote. If you don't vote, I don't know what you want. But model has won out. So code kind of goes on the back burner. So yeah. Okay. Now it's going to be a while before this is implemented in the mod. I'm just saying. The next big work, the next big like push for the mod is to rebuild the pipe system. That I need to work on that. Fix what's broken, because it's fundamentally broken. Okay. So the distillation tower is the thing that you put the oil in, right? Let's get our first root node. This is going to be reference, our usual reference node. We're going to do 16 by 16 by 16. We're going to give it a face. Of reference. We're going to copy and shift paste. There's our reference block. Why do I make one of these? Because it's really handy. It's really handy to see a block, and this is why I made this texture, because, yeah, this is all of the different voxels, right? 16 voxels by 16 voxels, it's good to go. And then we can use this to basically like position minus 16, 32, 48. Okay. So there's a reference. Put that off to the side. The only thing missing from this, like, well, there's a lot of things missing, but one of the things that I wish this utility had was a little gizmo that you see in a lot of 3D editing, where you click on something and there's a little gizmo that you can like manipulate. So like this thing here, which I need to move back 48. So that little gizmo that's right there that shows you the the axes, axi. You know, in a lot of 3D editing software, that would be something that you could grab, and you could grab an axis and pull it in a certain direction, and that would be very handy. So we're going to save this lovely thing. Shapes block, yeah, this is actually where this needs to go. Distillation base. I think I spelled that right. Distillation base. So what I'm going to do with my distillation tower, because I think I have a... Where would that screenshot be? That would probably be in Minecraft. I took a screenshot of some buildings in Minecraft. Hold on, let me find it. I don't know what directory. Oh, what directory would that be in? Users. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, so many directories. Screenshots here. Yeah, there it is. So this here, this was in the research. This is why I did the research expedition streams, by the way. Like, I wanted good, like, screenshots of these things. So, this over here, this is the distillation tower right here. That's what this is. This one is the coker. This is the giant structure that has one recipe. This is immersive petroleum, obviously, but it's like it has one recipe. Yeah. What are you up to? The cat wants attention. So the coker here is an incredibly big. It's like 23 blocks tall. It is crazy how much goes into this. I mean, you can see just how much iron and steel would be used to make this thing. It's just crazy how much there is. Versus the distillation tower, which is actually your workhorse. This is the thing that actually does all of the things, right? So this structure here gives, like, the way that they coded this is so weird. Like, I don't understand, because this thing can give you more than one type of fluid, right? You can have multiple outputs of this thing. But there's only one pipe output, right? So you have to somehow be able to extract. I don't know how they coded it. They coded a slot, an item slot, basically, that allows multiple different kinds of fluids in it. Like, I don't know how they did that. That must have been a nightmare to code. But when you look at it, like, the different kinds of fluids are just like layers in there, right? They're just like different layers. And there's like a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of this and that must have been a nightmare to code, because all those little things that you have to draw, you have to actually code those, right? There's nothing automatic about that. But what I want to do, I want to try to tackle it. Luce, I swear to God, what are you doing? She gets in a mood every time I stream, man. It's just bizarre. She gets in this weird mood. So the basics of what I want to try to do is I want to give the player a way of controlling what is being made by the distillation tower, not with a recipe selection, right? It won't be done with a recipe selection. It'll be done by changing the distillation tower itself. Okay? And you'll be able to make the base, which is a single output thing, right? So the base is you have an input of fluid, you have an output of fluid, and then you have maybe an output of an item. If like bitumen, or if there's possibility for an item output. But the base will only have one fluid output, because I am not going to mess with custom item slots. I'm not going to mess with that. Having multiple fluids in a single, like, there's no way. There's no way. So how then are you going to get more stuff? So the basic recipe will be you put crude oil in and you get some fuel out, right? Some like diesel. But it's horribly inefficient, right? You're wasting a huge amount of stuff. So you get maybe a liter of oil in and you get a fraction. Like, you get a fraction of an amount, 0.1 or something like that, liters of diesel out. So you're wasting 90%, right? You're wasting 90% of the input to get a little bit of the output. That would be the easiest, right? The easiest thing to do. So to get more outputs, what I'm wanting to do with the system is you build a distillation add-on on the top of the base, and then you build an add-on on top of that, and then an add-on, and so you can have add-ons above the distillation tower, and then those add-ons will be those add-ons will affect which recipe is being used. What, Luce? You're tear-assing around the apartment, causing a ruckus. I'm not sure really how the add-on system will work yet, like code-wise. In my head, I think it would be relatively easy to do because you're going to build them centered over the top of the core of the base. So the base will just look above it and see how many distillation add-ons there are above it, and adjust the recipe accordingly. Now, getting the fluid out, that's a different. I don't know how to do that. Like, do you have one output, and then that output can handle different slots? Muddy gravel landslides into geysers on the shoreline. Muddy gravel landslides. Yeah, I try to avoid building, or try to avoid generating geysers near water. I do, but if I were to do a block check on every single block location to see where, if there was gravel or anything or water, it would cause a huge amount of overhead. Right? You're now, instead of, so what the algorithm does, what the algorithm does is when it gets the call from the terrain generator, hey, I want to try to generate one of these, and what it does is it gives you a location. I want to try to generate one of these right here. And what I do is I do a bunch of logic checks, right? And so I go above, I take that position, and I do a bunch of checks on that to see if it's valid. And I kick out ones that aren't, which is why they're so rare. But if it's in a range near the bottom of the world, if it's in like a 15 block range of that, I do a check. I grab the terrain, the highest terrain point above that block position, right? So you have a block position in the world, and I there's a call that I can get the terrain height from that point, right? What is the first, if you cast a ray down from the sky, what's the first like type of natural block that you run into, right? That's rock or dirt or whatever, right? What is the height of that? And I grab that position, and then I look above it, one block. I the first terrain height, and I look above that one block, and I see if that's water. If it's water, I nullify the attempted connection, right? I throw it out. I'm like, nope, this is in an ocean or in water. Do not generate. But it's still, if that passes, if it's right on the shoreline and that passes and it's dirt, well, the pool that generates, the pool is going to overlap into water. And if I did a block check for every position in a pool, it would be a night. It would be so much more overhead, right, than what I actually do, because I would have to actually grab blocks from the world on a huge scale, and it just wouldn't work very well. So yeah, there are the rare cases, right? If your geysers are on a sewer line, that you're going to have shenanigans like that. It's unfortunate. I wish there was an easy solution, right? There's no catch-all solution that just manages everything. But it would, like, it's possible. It's fairly straightforward code. It's just a huge amount of overhead on the generation of the geyser itself. I'm already, the process of generating a geyser already changes thousands of blocks, right? It changes thousands of blocks because there's a giant bubble under the ground, right? And so all of those blocks get changed as well. So it's crazy how many blocks that changes. And it does it fairly fast, right? It's pretty efficient. Make the call pull +5 to sea level. Average, I don't know what that means. +5 to sea level. Average height per chunk. I don't know what that means either. Are you saying take the entire chunk and average the height? Like, do you have any idea how many fucking calculations that is? A chunk is 32 by 32 blocks, right? 32 by 30 by 32. 32 by 32, if you multiply that, it's a big number. It's like 1024. No. Is it 1024? I think it's 1024. So that's like, just to get an average height in a chunk, you have to grab remember the getting the terrain height at a position is a base game call, but it still has to do a huge amount of calculation to figure that out, right? It's casting array and it's doing all this shit to try to figure out what that height is. It's not a call that you want to spam. So it's just like, you want to call it once and be like, there it is. This is why, like, you get the rare situation where they spawn on a cliff and you get this crazy ass, like, spawn of one of these things, and it's on a cliffside because it doesn't look around it, right? It doesn't go up to the top and go, hey, what's around me? Because anytime you're doing that in an area, well, you're exponentially increasing how many blocks you have to test against, right? So it's just like, I didn't want the feature. I wanted it simple, but I didn't want the feature to just cripple servers. And they would. It would be really easy to do, cripple a server. And I didn't want to do that. But getting back to actually using the oil, so yeah, the piping is like the multiple outputs, yes. The problem with multiple outputs is, so imagine this is the distillation tower, okay? This over here. Ignore the coker. That'll be the Can you stop with the, there we go. So imagine this is the base, and this is all of the distillation tower. This is the base, from this block up here down. It'll basically be like a 5 by 5 by 5. That'll be the distillation base. And then every expansion or every add-on will be it'll be the same thing, right? It'll be the same multi-block, but you'll be able to repeat it. And I'm planning on having, or I plan on supporting up to 6, right? You have 3 blocks, probably it'll be like a 5 by 5 by 3. Right? And it'll be just a thing you build on top of the distillation tower. And it'll just be its own little multi-block that you build on top. And it'll just boom, 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 all the way up, giving you up to 7 outputs from the distillation tower. Right? So the big question then is, how do you get the fluid out? Right? If this thing is going to be crazy tall, so you have 6 add-ons at 3 blocks high each. Right? That's 18 blocks tall. Plus the 5. So you're looking at 23 blocks tall. Jesus. Which is this. This is 23. The coker on this side, this is 23 blocks tall. It's huge. So we're going to need a bunch more infrastructure. So I think the distillation tower needs to be on par in heft, right? In beefiness to the coker. Because this is a super impressive. This takes a while to build, by the way. This coker, like even when you are cheating the items or you have an AE system building it for you, it takes a while to build the thing. There's so many blocks. So this is just in the immersive petroleum. It's only a 4x4. It's like 4x4 by 16 or something like that. In comparison to the coker, it's tiny, and I'm like, I need it to be beefy. It needs to be beefy, at least more beefy than what it is.
Hey, Buggy.
Oh, hey. So adding an add-on to if you add one add-on, the coker, the core will detect that, right? It'll periodically look above itself, right? It'll periodically go above and say, hey, do I have add-ons? How many add-ons do I have? Right? And it'll add on, and as soon as it hits an error, it'll stop. And so it'll be like, I have 2 add-ons, 1 add-on, 6 add-ons. And then it'll adjust the recipe based on the number of add-ons. So the recipe that the distillation tower uses won't be selected via a GUI, right? It'll be selected via how many add-ons you have on top of it. And that will select what recipe is being used. So we need the base to be bigger than 4x4 or whatever. Like it needs to be hefty. It needs to be big, like really big, to support such a huge amount of infrastructure on top of it. Then we have to think about the output. And this is where the big question mark is, right? With my pipes, the fact that I'm rebuilding my pipes, I'm doing that because of this, right? I know I need to redo the pipe system because this feature will use fluid pipes, so like a substantial number of fluid pipes. You'll be able to run fluid pipes all the way up the side of this thing and extract from all of the fluid nodes and have those go into various tanks or places, right? So the pipe system I still need to overhaul that. That needs to be solid, right? It works now, but when you have a feature in a mod that works like locally, and people have the expectation that, oh, these pipes work, now I'm going to build a giant fucking factory with thousands of pipes, like crazy runs of pipes all over the place, huge builds, right? That wasn't tested. Let me just put it that way. The giant, overwhelming amount of builds that people have made with them have shown the cracks, have pointed them out, because when you start crossing chunk boundaries and all of that, like it is a problem. And it's based on a fundamental problem when I coded the feature itself. I was programming it to work first. Once I got it to work, then it just became like trying to fix bugs, and I ran into a problem where it's like, it's fundamentally the wrong way of approaching it, right? So I need to backtrack. Now that I have the experience of building the feature, now I can go back and rebuild the feature better, right? It's like once you do something once, the next time you do it, you do a little bit better job, right? So that's what I need to do with the pipes. But assuming those are, by the end of the month, that feature will be up and running, as well as maybe a possible commission job that somebody's wanting. So by the end of the month, that should be good to go. The pipe system and the commission, and which will go hand in hand. But the distillation tower itself, the problem is the add-ons. All the add-ons will do, I think, is look at or link themselves like the core. Like imagine you're a core of an add-on. All they're going to do is look or point at the core of the distillation tower. So you have it's funny, you have this nested multi-block system. So you have all the components of a multi-block being dummy blocks, which are going to point to the core, right? So that's the first layer. You have all the dummy blocks pointing to the core. And now with the distillation tower, you've got the cores themselves. You have the core of the add-on pointing to the distillation core, right? Because they're going to need to directly communicate, because when a pipe is connected to an add-on and tries to pull something out, well, that add-on is not the add-on itself is not going to have an inventory, right? It's a facade. It's just there to look pretty. The actual meat and potatoes of the block or the machine is going to be in the base core. And so it's going to have to communicate with that to say, hey, what item slot is this add-on pulling from? Right? And so each add-on, as you go up, each add-on is going to it's going to have an index, right? So the first add-on, you hit the base is the base. It's always the base. The first add-on will be index 0, because I'm old school 0 based. So 0, 1, 2, all the way up to 5 or whatever. Maybe I won't cap it. People will just be able to add recipes for 20 of them if they wanted. So the base, let's see. This has a ladder as well, so that's fun. The ladder is the derpiest thing about the derrick, by the way. I already had somebody asking, how do you place this block? And it's the way that you have to place it is a little bit unintuitive, but you have to be standing on the light engineering block in the very center, and you have to be looking out and then place the ladder in the white highlighted block. You place the ladder facing out, so it's on the back of the block you're looking at, right? You can't be on the outside of the derrick facing in towards the center and place it, because it'll be on the wrong face of the block. So it is what it is. Whatever. So this thing, how big should we make this thing? I'm thinking of breaking the mold a little bit here, of breaking the pattern, and doing let's do a 16 by 8 by 16. Oh, 16. And why did you get that clear, please? Thank you. So this, we could at least put the face on top. Image, import, multi-blocks. Treated wood. That way, when we copy and paste it, it's going to be copied and pasted. Okay. So I'm thinking when we're facing north, right? North, you always face north when you're modeling, because that's the default. That's the default that I use. So should this thing? I'm thinking like 5x7 base, right? A big beefy base. If we do a Google search here for oil distillation, tower. I don't know. Images. Ooh. Holy shit. Oh my god. Why does every literally why does every website give you a cookie? Why? What's the point? I'm looking at an image. I don't need a cookie. Is this like AI generate? I have no idea if this is like AI generated. But like, look at this thing. Let me see if I can isolate it. Jeez. Why is it when I take the tab off of Chrome and I drag it out so it separates it, and then it creates this enormous window, and it's like, no, I don't need that to be that big. Thank you. This image isn't available for license in your territory. Whatever. It's an image. So I don't know if that is AI generated. I honestly can't tell. Because I've seen oil refineries and they look like this. Everything about this looks legit, right? But this is a distillation tower, right? There's a bunch. Like there's a bunch. Yeah, everything is now like cookied, and it's just I hate everything about the modern internet. I saw a great meme, a little tangent. I saw a great meme somebody posted, and it was a it was a skydiver, right? Falling from, he was in the middle of the air, so it was obvious, it was animated. It was obviously he was falling in the sky with a parachute on, and he had his phone out, and it was like, to open this parachute, please download our app and create an account, and then hit open parachute as he's falling. And it was like, it summarized everything about the modern computer age. Is like, I have to sign up to so many different goddamn websites just to get something super simple. It's really annoying. So like, just the crazy chaotic amount of pipes and, gubbins that are done. Let's do open image in new tab. So, God, again, Chrome. Jesus. I could do without the giant ass windows when I click away. So here's another one. Right? We can't really do circles. So I mean, we could try to fake it with a bunch of different voxels, but I don't want these to be 10,000 triangles. I squares are fine. we are in fact modding a voxel blocky game. So looking blocky is kind of the de rigueur of the game itself. So I don't mind that at all. These are a little less chaotic than that other one, which that's why the other one looked like AI generated, because it was like a little too much. Open image in new tab. Watch this happen again. Yeah. Let's just giant ass window, because the monitor that this is on, the actual monitor is higher than HD. Like it's higher than 1920 by 1080. So it's like a higher resolution. So Chrome is like assuming, hey, you want this to be a giant window too? No, I don't. So that's why, oh Jesus, fucking Windows. That's why it looked like this was AI generated, because this looks legit, right? This looks a little off for some reason. It looks like an AI generated this, going, hey, the more pipes, the more better, right? Because look at this pipe coming down in here. It's like, okay, there's no insulation here. I mean, it could be completely legit. Don't get me wrong. This could be completely legit. But it just kind of looks AI generated. I don't know. What is the material that's made from? Like the tower itself. Is it it's not concrete. It can't be concrete. The least modern, yeah. Yeah, who knows like what they looked like back in like the 1920s. I suppose I could do like, let's see, 1920s oil distillation tower. There's a 1960s one. There's one. That's pretty vintage right there. That's a pretty basic. That is a pretty basic look right there. So that would be a good 5x7 ish thing right there, right? So let's sketch something out and then refine it, because I'm gonna break the mold here with this, and then if we have to tweak it, we have to tweak it. It is what it is. So if we go 5x7, which is what I'm thinking of, right? It's going to be a big thing. It's going to be a big thing because we're comparing it against the distillation tower, which, if anybody's unfamiliar with what that looks like, that's in literally the thumbnail of the stream, right? That's the distillation tower. It's roughly 5x5 by, I can't even remember, like 16 or something like that. I can't even remember how big it is. And I'm the one that made it. So should we make the wide part the west-east, or when you place the core, right, that's the axis that you're on. So that's how it defines it, right? Is how you build it. So I'm thinking wide, right? When you place it, the actual thing is going to be wide. how many outputs do you really need? Well, the outputs, spookiest, the outputs are gonna depend, right, on how many add-ons you have. So the distillation tower, the base is gonna be pretty basic, but the add-ons are gonna determine how many outputs, right? That's how you're gonna control the recipe, is how many add-ons you put on top. And the more add-ons you have, the more outputs. And I'm gonna support 7 on the base game. Like, that's where I'm gonna cap it. But I'm gonna try to code it in a way that would allow people to have more than that. But so that's the base plus 6 add-ons to get 7. Right? So we're gonna need some way of making an infrastructure that allows for those for those things. So what I'm doing now is we're creating the base. So let's take this cube, right? This is the base. We need this. So 7 blocks wide is 3 blocks away, which is minus 48. Right? And then 5 blocks is 2. Oh my god. Minus 48. I wish position and origin were edited together, but I understand why it's not. Base. Okay, and then I need to be up to that, so minus 32. And then minus 32, because of course. So that would be when you place the block, that would be the left farthest away corner, right? In my mind, I'm just trying to sort of like figure this out. Okay. Let's also put the bottom on this thing. I just realized it doesn't have a bottom. Down, image, import. And I've been using cast iron. Okay, that'll save me quite a lot. There's going to be a lot of cleanup on this. All these null faces are going to have to be hidden. There's just a lot. This tool really needs some TLC. It just really needs some more quality of life stuff. Mainly, like, after I get all done and I've got all the faces textured I want done, right? Everything, like the model is done, but it's got a lot of faces that are hidden that are not textured, right? I need a tool. I need an option to disable untextured faces. And it just goes through the whole thing, and any face that's null, it just disables it across the whole model. That would be so fucking nice. That would be so nice. Okay, so we're going to take this. This is going to be the base. Now remember, when we build the add-ons, they are going to need to be centered over this block here. The add-ons are going to need to be centered. This is where the core, right? When you place the core, that's where the core goes. So the core this is where the distillation tower. The core is where the distillation is. So that is going to be the column that goes up. So we're going to then copy this. We are going to make it the base dependent on that, and we are going to do that, right? And then we're going to copy it again. Oh my God, nope, not what I wanted. This one is what I wanted. Right there. Then again, And again. And again. And uno más. Right? That's 3 blocks this way and this way. Then we're going to take that, copy the whole enchilada. Right? Do that again. And again. I don't know what you have to do mouse wheel to go up, but whatever. You mouse wheel down to go up. It gets me every time. What just happened? Stop scrolling. Why does it scroll the wrong thing? Okay. So there's the base. Right? We're gonna customize it here. That's a 5x7 or 7x5, depending on your point of view. But when you place your core, this is where the core is going to be, right here. Now, I am going to need to I need to look at the textures that I have. Programming. I don't know if I have a sheet metal texture. Mod assets. Let me delete that file. Texture. Block. Multi-blocks. I don't think I do. Deco, it definitely isn't in there. Not in there. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, dude. But welcome. At either rate, I don't even know how to approach that one. My tongue can't do those things. Yeah, I don't have a sheet metal texture in there. Because I know iron and steel sheet metal are a thing, and I kept telling myself like the sheet metal is definitely something I'm gonna need. So let's go to textures, metal, sheet metal, iron. Why do we need so many? Iron and steel. And if there's any artists out there that want to help, I wouldn't say no to people who are good at stuff. But yeah, here we have iron sheet metal and steel sheet metal. Okay. And I'm going to need a new variant of multi-block components. Iron sheet metal and steel sheet metal, of course. Okay. So the tower itself, should that be a 3x3? I'm thinking at least a 3x3, or we could make the multi-block a little smaller, but basically make it like a 2x2 but off center, right? So the two blocks is like the blocks are basically centered, the corners are centered here, and it would still be 2x2, but it would be voxelized basically. So we would want let's do this reference. We're going to duplicate that, and we want to we want it 16 32 48. So that height right there, this is 4 blocks, and then that would be the 5th block. So that height right there is what we're going for. Okay. So let's do, how do we want to do the base? Well, I think what we're going to have to do, or what we're going to want to do, is bring these up to 16. Take this base image, import, and then okay, concrete base. We're gonna add the details and stuff later, but we're gonna do this now. So fluid wise, input maybe over here. So we want this cube to be 16 as well, and then this will be the fluid input. So we'll deal with that in a bit. It's going to be this, basically the standard. Okay. And then we're going to want this. We're going to want one of these. Let's bring this down. We're going to do 16 by 16 by 16. We're going to go 16 tall. Why is this? Okay. And then we're going to offset it. Damn it. click the wrong button. So this is going to be dist 1. And of course, I have to set the fucking origin here. Okay, and then this, I want to pull it back 8, right? Because we can have it still a 2x2, but like the corner is centered on this, right? So it still works. Why is that centered? We want this to be -8, -8. There we go. And then the textures on this, we can work that out in a bit. Well, yeah, it's going to be. Let's do a copy, and then position it 16 from that, right? Copy it again. Why? No. Why did you do that? Just delete. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 doesn't exist. Delete. Okay. Position is down 16. Right? And then copy it again. Position is over 16. Okay, there's your foundation. That's like your most basic thing. So this, we want the north and west face. Before I copy this whole thing, right, and repeat it, I want to set the textures and faces just to save me some time. So let's set image, import, block, multi-blocks, sheet metal iron. Oh, yeah. Metal iron, apply. Apply. Okay. And then we're going to copy and go west, paste. Then we're going to go north, paste, east, paste, east, paste, south, paste, south, paste, west, paste. Okay. And then again, this is where the disable hidden faces or disable untextured faces. Because if I leave these untextured and I just build the model, the game is going to throw a huge amount of warnings in the log file saying, unable to map, no face, right? They're just all nulls. And it tries to draw them if they're enabled. So you want to disable your hidden faces. 100% you want to disable your hidden faces. So it's just unfortunate. So the way to do that is just hit this enable, right? So if we go the up enable, you can see that hides that face. Down enable, east enable. And then having a hotkey for this would also be extremely useful. To disable this, I'm not aware of that there is a hotkey, right? That would be very, very nice to be able to have a hotkey for all of that.
But for some reason, this app is written in Java, and I honestly, for the life of me, don't know why they didn't make their own. Like, why didn't they roll their own version of this? Like, you literally coded an entire rendering engine for the game. You couldn't do a model editor. Like, okay. So this then is the basis for the tower, which we are going to copy the whole thing and then raise it up like that. We're going to do it again. There we go. Minimal, yes. 100% crazy minimal design. And then this one, we're going to need to do the face up, re-enable. Because this is going to be the top, right? You're going to build the expansion or the add-on right over the top of this. Right in the center. You're going to build that right there. But this is going to need a top because obviously you're going to be able to see the top because it's going to be only this high. Very wasteful, of course, but it is what it is. So the top of this, what should the top look like? Let's do this one here now. Let's go up, enable, up, enable, up, enable. And then here, we're going to go image, import. What would be a good... Just a bog standard gray metal. You go cast iron. Doesn't really fit. Not well, anyway. Copy. Paste. 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 Oh, that looks like absolute ass. That looks horribly bad. That just looks horrible. I don't know about you guys, but that looks really bad. Again, if anybody wants to help and make better textures, we can talk. You don't have carte blanche to do anything you want, but import. Let's see. I might have to just go with my bar, like my standard cast iron. Ugh, I don't like that either. But it is what it is. Down, paste. While I had it copied, why not? Okay. I mean, it's very basic, of course. So fluid output and item output and power and all the other gubbins. So power, I think, will be in the back. Because these things are heated, right? It's a distillation tower. You're basically heating, so the fluid comes in, gets heated, and then that is what that's what the distillation is, right? You're heating something and allowing it to evaporate, and it evaporates depending on the temperature. It evaporates, the stuff that's on the bottom is like your nasty, like really tarry crud, and then the very, very top, if you have a max size all the way to the top, it's going to be the very, very light gas, right? It's going to be very, very thin. So the power then is going to be use a Python script to run on the shape. Oh man, Python. Ooh. I'm not a Python guy. I know very few languages. English and bad English. No. I know a few. I just my scripting days were when I was a younger man. When I was a younger man, I was editing. In order to play Doom, I was editing my auto-exec.bat and config.sys files and rearranging my IRQs so my sound card would work. That's I did that for several years, right? The early 90s. And then once Windows 95 came out and matured a little bit, I was very thankful that I didn't have to do that anymore. I was like, it's managed for me. I was like, very nice. But for my early years, yeah, I did some nitty-gritty stuff in the computer world, and I was very thankful to put it behind me because it was just annoying. When you only had like 8 IRQs to deal with, and you had 9 things that needed it, it's just like, it was just annoying. Doing like Python scripts, because it's not just, right, whipping up a Python script. You need Python's interpreter. There's infrastructure you need on your computer in order to run all of that, right? I don't have any of that. So for me, it's not just whip up a little script to do it. For one, I would have to learn how to script in Python. I don't know Python at all. And 2, you'd have to have a whole bunch of infrastructure in order to get those to run and work. As well as Python is not the most secure thing. So if you have that infrastructure, if you have the API and the thing that runs the Python, any and all malware that also might use Python would have a little bit just a little bit easier of a time running on your machine, because it'd be like, oh, Python's already installed. Shit, let's just run it. It's already installed. All right, I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. I can use my new button. All right. Now, I should just start calling this mod Buggy Tech. You know, everybody uses the term Greg Tech. Like, who is this Greg guy, and why has he been immortalized? I want to be immortalized in Buggy Tech or whatever. Like, okay, no, I didn't. Jesus. Oh man, you kidding me? Is there a redo? Yes. Thank God. I hate when I click randomly on something and it's like, oh, you wanted to do this? And it's like, no, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to do this. I didn't want to do that. Okay, get back to where we were. We were working on part of the peripherals. So power and then items in the front. So I think I didn't leave myself a lot of room here. If we do items like over here. Right? Go to cube. Let's do that. Let's do this. I'm just trying to map out where all the things and the stuff are going to go. This one here is also going to be fluid output. So getting the base shape done, that's, relatively the easy part. Now it's the hard part. Now it's like, oh, now you have to do all the things. All the little details is what takes the longest. So if we go to this, first of all, let's do delete unused textures. That'll clean up that texture thing a little bit. So we, some of the textures that I imported, I didn't want to use. So we clean that up a bit. So we go to face, right? And we go to west. And we go to image. This is the fluid input. So we go to multi-blocks, fluid in. Do we want to do base or banded? I like that blue, I don't know why, but I like that blue banding. Fluid in. I do want to redo the input and output and use arrows, because Oz suggested that. And then there are several instances where that's actually very handy, because not everybody's going to know blue and orange, right? People who haven't never played modded Minecraft, there are some out there, wouldn't know the standard blue-orange input output. So this is blue. Let's apply that, and then the north image import the banding here. Apply, right? And we copy. We go east, and then south. Okay. And then up, import is going to be end cap or top. Like that. And then the other side, this is the fluid output. Image import output. Nope. We're going to copy that and we want to go east. Paste. Up. Image. This. Apply. Right? And then north. Image. This. Copy. South. Paste. West. Paste. Orange. Blue. But I want to change it to be like an arrow, right? An arrow pointing in to the hole or out from the hole. Okay, and then this one here, we want to do south, image, import, and then item. Usually I've been using item.io, item out, and yeah, these are just textures I yoinked from a texture pack for immersive. I needed textures, and I could spend 2 weeks or more redoing the textures, right? Because God forbid I use AI to generate the textures and then get judged harshly for that. Nobody is stepping up. You know, people who bitch and moan about the use of AI for things don't understand. Like, I can't pay people to make textures for me, right? I am not getting paid to make this mod. If I was able to sell the mod and actually generate revenue, then I could probably afford hiring artists, right, to do some of this. But I can't, right? I don't make money myself. So how does people, like, AI is a great tool for people who don't understand or can't pay to get somebody else to do it. Like, I don't understand the mentality that, like, AI bad no matter what. It's like, no, it's a tool. It's a great tool that is very, very useful in certain instances, right? I don't use it to code. I don't use it for that. Like, there's no line of code in my mod that AI has touched because it makes horrible mistakes and it's just like, it's not reliable. So, but making a little fucking texture, like, that's easy. Like, that's super easy for something like that to do. Okay, so this we want to copy, west paste, east paste, north paste. So there is the item, fluid input and output. And then now we need to go to the back, and we need maybe to off-center this. So let's go cube, voxel size 16, voxel size 16. We want another voxel on top of this. So we want, let's do, I'm just going to copy this, but then move this into its own thing. Why are all these? You know what's also frustrating is it saves, like, I collapse these, it actually saves that to the damn shape file. It's so stupid. Like, there's actual like gubbins in the shape file, the JSON shape file that's like collapsed. Right? And if you hide voxels, all that stuff is saved in there too. It's like, you couldn't just know that. You couldn't just have your own little database that, you know, that's there's a little database in the app that saves like distillation-based.json and then how many like custom gubbins you have in there. Okay. So this base, we want to be power. We want this to be up. Remember, it has to be in a block. It has to be in this block space, right? It's just how the how the system is built. So we want to we're going to copy this. And this here is going to be interaction. Okay. So this is the power. So we want to do face, up, image, import, and then power is going to be MV power. Okay. This. Now remember, this is the finished, what the block looks like when it's finished and built, right? So this will be a little bit smaller, so it doesn't interfere with this. That's where the power is going to come in. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. Okay. So we have decisions to make here. This is going to be north. Well, up, we're going to clear that. So north, image, import. I would like to make it look like a control panel of some kind. Not really seeing an obvious. Multi-blocks. So, like, a good example is something like this, right? But done in a way that doesn't take huge amounts of texture space. Or this one would be good too. This one would be perfect, actually. Oh my God. What just happened? There it is. Jesus. Oh, apparently you can't hit spacebar. Like control space, I think it's control space is my zoom in method for Photoshop, so I'm used to doing that. So I could take this and create 3 different textures out of it. But I don't know. I like being able to reuse textures. I really, really, really do. So having three of these textures that wouldn't really be usable in any other instance other than this, right? It would be nice to have a set of textures that was like this, but the whole set was you could mix and match, almost like a puzzle, right? You could mix and match the pieces, and you could create ones that are like blanks and borders, and the pipes, like the different colors of pipes are all like discombobulated and stuff. Because like imagine you take this piece here and then you match it with this side over here, right? That would mean this one here would have to tile with this one here, but it would also, this one here would be one you could put in the middle to, instead of 2 blocks wide, you do 3 blocks wide. And then you could have some that don't have the border on the top, so you could tile them vertically as well. You just have a whole set, and then each machine you could mix and match, different gauges and dials and all of that kind of stuff. But what Vintage actually wants you to do is create that detail in the model. Okay? So rather than use textures to create that detail, what we would need to do is create that detail in the shape itself, and then use generic colors to colorize all of that. Because the game Vintage Story is far more efficient at drawing voxels, right, than it is on compiling giant textures, right? If you have a big UV texture for something, it's not as good at that because that takes enormous amount of texture atlas space. But the way that it draws voxels is really, really efficient. So it can actually, what it does is it just takes all the voxels of all of the shapes that are in the chunk, and it tessellates them all into one shape, right? One giant 3D model. And then it draws that entire thing in one shot. And it just like, whoop, draws the whole thing as one object rather than drawing each individual face and each individual part in many, many, many draw calls. A chunk is relegated to a single model, right? And this obviously excludes fluids, which are animated and stuff, which is why the fluids are a very, very different system. So if we wanted to use that system, we would have to massively edit all of these shapes. Like these 4 shapes, instead of being 4 shapes, we would have to model these to be 50, right? Because we would have to inset the power. So an example would be this shape here. Right, I'm going to rename to Power Top. Power Top. So we are going to shrink this voxel down, but move it up to 30 because it's too thick. So 30, 31, 32. That's exactly the top of that. Because it needs to be the place you put the power needs to be a single block space, right? It needs to have that. Okay, so that is the top. And then we would need a side. So we take this, and we're going to inset this. Voxel size, we want to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then the same with this. And the same with this. Okay. So now we're inset into the face. Now we can pull out details. Right? Let's edit the top of this up. Image. Apply. Copy. West. Paste. Wait. Clear. East. Paste. Flip. Down. $15. Oh man. God damn it. Why does it have to be backwards from what I want to do? Because if I put a border around this whole thing, if I put a lip around it, right, that's where it creates the inset. The texture is going to need to offset, right? But it's offsetting. I would need to pull this side back basically 3 pixels. But it's editing this side, right? Not this side. This is the side I want to edit over here. So I would need to flip 180 degrees and then offset that like kind of like that. So again, 270 like that. And then we're going to copy. And then this is going to be east. And this side, well, whatever. That kind of works. Not sure why this. Why can I see? Ah. No? There. A little bit better. Why do I have 0.5? I literally have been doing everything I can to avoid 0.5s. So this is a 10.5. There. Okay, and then we want to do that like that. Let's copy what other voxel this is. This is base 3. Oh, right. Yeah. Base 3. This is where the time consumption comes in, right? Creating the thing is not the time consumer. It's the detail. The detail takes 10 times longer than creating the thing itself. And the more detail you put into it, right, the better it looks, which is why you do it. But it is a royal pain in the ass. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Power top pot cube. Okay. Down, clear, enabled. Up, enabled. North, image, Oh, that's south. Of course it is. Paste. And then this. South. Paste. Right? So this is the top of this texture. It's the same texture, but it's like this is the top, this is the bottom. So it looks like a cohesive like thing. We're using a texture there for detail. This one here probably as well. Oh, that looks like doesn't look very good. The back of this, I'm a little less concerned with, obviously. So this, I want to copy this and this face. I want, this is west, I believe. We're going to paste. And we're going to flip. Why? Okay, so this has to line up with that. There we go. So the front here just needs to be a generic texture. So this would be north, image, import. So we go a darker gray. Is that too dark? Remember, there's going to be shapes in front of it. That might be too dark. It's not meant to be scary when you look into it. So let's go light. Apply. I mean, that's a little lighter, not drastically. Okay. I should have made those like a little bit better. So this, copy this, east, paste, flip. Why? Why is this? Can we please? Okay. What are these at? 16 and 14. That lines it up. So let's go this way. East, paste. Okay. So this is off, obviously. West. 216 east. But I want this to be a border. It's not going to match up because it's not part of the texture. That's why. This would have to be like this. Okay. Then we need that. There. Perfect match. Yep. So now all these other ones. Can we get whole numbers, please? Let's go up. There we go. Whew, that was the thing that happened. Okay, why did this clear? Copy. Not sure why that got reset. Okay, now we want to do this. We want to do a new voxel. Frame. 1. And this is going to be 3 voxels deep. Too thick. In order to maintain texture cohesiveness, which this does not. So let's do this. West. West. There we go. Now, do their frame. We want to duplicate that. Raise it up. Shrink it down by 2. Okay. We're going to copy. Let's do that. Shrink this down like that. Yeah, let's move it. Let's do that. No, let's not. It's going to be really gnarly. It's going to be really gnarly kind of fixing that. So we're going to copy that frame. We are going to shrink it down to 2. We're going to bring it up. Bring it back. Oop. And then stretch it out like that. Take this one, copy. This is going to go in, down, up. Okay. Take this. Well, I don't want to copy this whole thing. This one I can copy, though. Let's move it out, down, shrink it, stretch it. There. Now we've created a place where we can basically add detail, right? We can add little details into this face. Because yeah, this block, right? This machine really should be the only one that you build, right? So putting, a little extra detail in these goes a long ways to people enjoying the mod. So yeah, this is going to be a nightmare of crazy shenanigans here. So we have the texture work on this is going to be a nightmare. Because we have like this. Let's look at this face here. So we have this is east. So we're going to copy this, go to here, right? Go east and paste. But now we've got to situate it. I think it's down in this corner. We have to rotate it. Is it down here or up here? Yeah, it's here. Right there. So there's that right there. And we take this one up, copy, we go here, up, paste. This has to be the bottom side. But rotated. Right? If we just match the texture to the face, so this face is on the east side. You can see where this is right here, right? So what we need is this voxel here to be the remaining part of this bottom area down here to finish that off. So if we copy that and paste it here, we need to rotate it and then push it down like this. Okay. And then this little voxel here, paste, rotate it, is the bottom corner down here. Right? Or do we want to not have a hard edge right there? Okay, and then this voxel here, we want to maybe bring this back one. Because that, yeah, right there. And then copy, and we come down here, east, paste, rotate it. And then we're going to, we have to cheese this one a little bit to try to avoid a really hard edge. Because if we look at this one, you can see it's not. So we want basically this down here for this face. Right? So we're going to shrink this down. What is this one here? 11, 13. So here we wanted this to be 13. We want to bring it down here, I think. It's not perfect. Okay. want to match this side over here, right? So this one, how did that get off by... What is up with all the 0.5s on these? 15.5, 7, like, oh, it's so annoying. This is stretching the... There we go. And then this one we can hopefully line up. It's again, it's not going to be perfect, I don't think. This is going to be west, copy, paste, 90, down. All right, let's look at the numbers here. 13 and 13 and 1.5. You can see kind of where this is. The problem is we have to dial this back a little bit. I think. Where's my... There it is. Where's my... How do I shift it? That's different. Those are different sizes. There. Right there. Okay. And then rotate 90. Bring it, I think it's down. But it's going to be kind of like that. I tried to match the little shading, the very, very subtle shading right here, but okay. So the inside and the outside of these, like the inside face and then the outside here, and then the bottom. These have to be cube. I broke my rule here. 16 voxels. But this is 14 voxels. Then copy 14 voxels. There we go. So now we can do the bottom. So this one, face down, image, apply, copy, down, paste, down, paste, paste. Okay. Because if I would have stretched, if that would have been 28 long, and I pasted the texture, that all of the pixels would stretch, right? That's the other thing. Like, I wish the game, like, you could encode in this is to tile the texture if it's beyond the 16, right? If it's 28, do the texture on the first thing, and then do the just repeat the texture. Don't stretch the texture, just repeat it. I don't know the first thing about how to even approach something like that. So I don't expect it to be done just because I don't know how to do something like that. So so what I could do with this is like copy this, paste it here. And sort of give me, it gives me the look of that. I don't know what I do. Okay, yeah, I kind of did that on the other side. But, it kind of gives plated look right there. And then do this. We're on the north, and we're going to paste, rotate. And then maybe do a rivet on the bottom. Like that. North, paste. Again, I could really use a texture expert. People are just going to have to judge me. It's fine. Rotate. Expand. Paste. Rotate. Actually, I need this one to rotate to 70. And then this one probably as well. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Marginally better. Oh, I've got a bug. Let's close it. You see the UI kind of went all haywire. You definitely don't want to, mess around with that. So we're going to go vintage, shapes, block, multi-block, machine, distillation, base. Okay. Yeah, when the UI starts to mess up, you wanna not deal with that. Okay, so we're gonna do this. No, I didn't want to click and drag. I just wanted to click it. I need to use the bathroom.
Sure do, but I'll give people some time to say it.
Unmute. There we go. Every time I was touching the stream deck, it was freaking out. It was rebooting itself. Like, it doesn't take anything but a microvolt of a shock. Like, it's nothing at all. And the thing is just like freaks out. It's not grounded or something. It's just weird. But anyway, I was reminded I needed coffee. Because you know what they say on the space station. I know I'm repeating myself, Oz, but I was fucking muted when I did that before. Because the stream deck didn't unmute me because it rebooted itself when I said it. They say today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee. Anybody didn't know that? That was a saying that they use. Today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee. Let that sink in.
Yum.
Yeah, you just gotta not think about it. I think, if you're floating around in space, there are things that you have to compromise on, and that ick factor is one of them, right? You're literally pooping in bags at that point. Like I would think for astronauts, what they would want to do is create a liquid-based diet, right? Because there's literally a food out there called Soylent. I know some company made it. A buddy of mine was looking at buying some years and years ago. I don't even know if they're still in business, but they made Soylent, which was basically like a shake mix, but it had all of the vitamins and nutrients and proteins, and it was a full meal replacement. And my buddy tried it, and he was like, after like 2 days, 3 days, you don't poop anymore. You just don't, because you're not eating any solids, right? So I'm like, an astronaut, right? A bunch of astronauts in space, you would think that would be something you would want for astronauts. Anyway, that's a major tangent. My channel, you come for the awesome modding content, and you stay for the awesome discussions of pooping and stuff. Right? Copy. Let's go this, and this is north. Paste. Rotate. Push this. That was not convincing us. Okay. Now I need Can we... That's the wrong way to go. Okay, that's about as good as it's going to get, I think. I mean, maybe... It's tough stretching that pixel. Oh my god. Right? That pixel on this side? So copy, paste, rotate. I think I want to go down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, this is... Pull it up. Stretch it down. Okay. Not going to be perfect. Not by a long shot. Now, what I could do is I could just take a gray texture and wrap it around there, and then just add the rivets as models. Right? That would have been the way smarter thing to do. North, paste. North, paste. Now, should I make the dark ridge on the other side? Wait, why didn't that? Okay. Oh my, why did this mess up again? Jesus. So the inside of this, so up, image, import. I do want this one to be the little bit darker version. So multi-blocks and metal gray. Apply. Just to offset it a little bit from the back. Copy. Paste. This is going to be west. Paste. 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 Oh. Yep. People are going to judge me for that. I know they are. Why does that look so much darker? I guess it's just sort of the lighting model. I could actually set the bottom of this paste to that, because the bottom of this isn't seen anywhere else. So that is all of the work needed to create the inset. We just finally created the inset. Oh my god. So now it's like, what do we do with all the details, right? So there are people out there that are way better at this stuff than me. So I am just going to sort of wing it here. Power top. We're going to create a new voxel. So basically what I want to do, I leave it up to other people to maybe do pull requests and make it better, because we have a lot more other details to add to this before we're done today. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to get stuff done. So we got to imagine this is where the power is coming in. Position is down. Okay, so face. Image. Import. Lock. Copper. I mean, we could go crazy and use like a textured copper variant, but it would be hard to like make angles, right? It would be hard to do that without crazy shenanigans, and I really don't want to get into shenanigans right now. So if somebody wants, they can spend days working on this kind of thing. So we're going to copy. We want this to be east and west and down. South, however, we can hide. Up is hideable, but we're gonna have this like crazy, because this is the power, right? This is effectively where the power comes in. This will be like a junction box where you'll be able to see like power coming in. It's going to go, it's going to be routed to here. It's going to be routed over there. It's going to be routed over to here. It's going to be very, 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 very basic. And it's just, it's going to look pretty, basically. So we're going to have this come down and go up to there. Okay. And this is going to be power 1. Obviously, a machine like this would not have a giant exposed, right? It wouldn't. Okay, so this, then bring up, move this out. Copy. And because this is a flat texture, we can actually stretch it if we want. Well, let's do this, and this, and this. Okay. Put a face. Copy. Paste. I mean, it's pretty basic, of course, but we could even add a tiny, tiny more detail. Let's copy. Like that, just to break it up a little bit. And again, there are people that are way, way, way better at this than I am. So, it is what it is. Up, we're going to disable that face. Disable. Disable. Okay. But what I was imagining would be like pipes and stuff, but pipes really don't make sense over here. This is the power input. This is where the pipes go. So we have, let's save it. Go back to cube. We want to basically create a new cube. Yeah, this interaction, this is called that because this is where the big red interaction block is going to go, which is what you use to, form the thing. Okay, so this one here, this cube, we want to bring it up. And in. So and yes, there are a lot of textures that go into this, but you have to remember the game Um, if you have multiple things that use the same texture, right? As long as as long as when you build the model, you're referencing the same texture, right? The texture atlas is just one copy of that. So it's just pulling that same texture over and over and over again, saving you enormous amounts of memory, the texture atlas memory. So like highly recommend people model like this. So we're going to copy, and then we're going to have the north and south faces. Paste, paste, and we have to 90 degree that. And this was 116.15. 116.15. 8. When you another quality of life thing, when you're tabbing through these, have it automatically select the text. Right? If I'm here and I tab, have it select that text. So I can tab input without having, let's go east, disabled, west, disabled, and down, disabled. Okay. So we are going to take this voxel. This is going to be pipe in. Okay, and we're going to copy that. And this will be pipe out. Okay. But the pipe out, I think we're going to need we're going to copy that. Yeah, I need to redo all the gubbins there, of course. Base. North. South. East. Paste. And then up. We're going to clear and side. Copy that. Make it dependent. Go 2 up. Do that again. This time we're going to bring it down. So instead of 16 voxels, are these these are offset? I didn't mean to do that, but I might be okay with that right now. So we're going to shrink this down. We're going to do nine. North is one to 15. 6, I think, might work. Okay. Now, the west face doesn't really have anything. So if we go west enabled, you'd be able to, like, there's a little pixel. People would see that and go, this is off. 8, 6, 16, 15. 8, 6, 16, 15. 8, 1, 16, 15. Eight, 1, 16, 15. Eight, 1, 16, 15. There. Now people won't complain. Nah, this is off. We'll take this. We're gonna copy. Let's get the voxel in place. We want to move it in, and we want to stretch it 1. Okay. The face, clear. This is the east, so we want to copy east, paste. maybe one more. Now the angle, I do believe, oh, we need an up face on this as well. So let's do up, enable. Let's not rotate it by default. So the up, paste, well, yeah, this, on second thought, shouldn't be there. The up would be rotated. Something akin to that. The north, well, let's do the south because that's the way we're facing. Image, import. There are angled variants of this. Now we have to try. This would be south, I believe. Yeah. Let's go. That. Much better. Nine, 6. Um, trying to make it not look like it's tiling while it's not tiling. Like it's matching these up, like color wise, is not really possible because it's a different like shading on the texture, right? They're not really very cohesive unless I flip, maybe flip that around and go up. It still looks like crap, but okay. This is the East. Like, I don't know why the UI. This is Java. This is why I don't like Java. This shit is like, why? What is about Java that makes the UI just not draw anymore? It's just so stupid. So let's see if we can find. Ooh. Again, with the subtle shading difference. Oh my. Let's look at this one now. East. It's really hard to match these up because of just how derpy it is. And that's not too bad. All right. Okay, now we need what would be nobody. You know what would be nice if I could import the ladder shape into this. That would be cool. Because I'm gonna put a ladder up this side right here. Why did all of these expand again? Okay. Oh, is the down? Ha! Yep. So let's take this west. I can disable that so it doesn't Z-fight, but I need to enable the down on this. And it really doesn't matter, right, what texture that is. It's literally 2 pixels. So I'm not worried about it. And there's a ton of other details I could add to this. I'm well aware. But I need to get this done while I'm still alive. So, it is what it is. So the ladder shape I don't think I made a copy of it. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I'm pretty sure I referenced lock. Oh no. Let's open or no, import. Metal ladder. Come on. Figure out what. There we go. There we go. Jesus Christ. That was harder than it should have been. So that is literally the shape of the ladder, right? So now if we wanted to make that, actually the color it should be, we can go face. The problem is going to be how to build this. Because you can't obviously put a shape into another shape. The fact that these are off center is going to be a problem with the actual build. Right? Because when you're building the components for this thing, you can't put a block in between two blocks, right? So building this, you put a block here. So this block space here, that's good. You can put a concrete block right there, and that's the recipe, right? But what do you put on top of this? Right? What do you put on top of this in order to make this work? So the ladder, the way that I do it is the ladder ingredient requires a ladder, right? It actually requires the ladder to build. And then the ladder itself gets swapped with a ladder variant of the dummy block, which itself is climbable. So that's why you can climb the derrick after it's built, is the dummy block that replaces the ladder, that is itself climbable, so you can climb it up, right? You can climb up the ladder of the multi-block because the dummy block itself is climbable. It's the only one of the ladder or the only dummy block that's climbable. But it's important that ladder be also in the exact place. So what I'm probably going to do with the recipe is the sheet metal is going to be a donut, right? It's going to be a circle of sheet metal with a hollow middle, right? And there's going to be, 4 layers of that. So you're going to have 4 layers, and then the top is going to be capped. So it's going to be solid. Well, obviously, the ladder doesn't fit there. So if we want to actually have a place for this ladder, why did those get done? Okay, so this we then want, or we need, right, to move this out. Why is the origin? There we go. So we need to move this out like that, right? Because this is going to be a full block. No matter what it looks like, right now, the way that it works is this, you build it with like a slab, but when it's built, it actually is a full block because I don't mess around with the collision boxes, right? So it's just full blocks. Every dummy block is just a full block thing, right? So this here, the problem with putting this ladder like this is the block that replaces this takes the whole block space, right? So this would stretch out to here. So you'd actually climb up on this face, not inset back here. So that's the problem with kind of how I did the ladders. Now, I could also replace the ladders with just not replace the ladders at all. I haven't really experimented with that yet. Like requiring the ladders in the multi-block, but then like not caring that, like not swapping them. You just keep them as ladders. I don't know what the best solution is, but if we wanted an example of how this would work, we would have to build the ladder. Oh, man. What we could do. Oh, man. Because the dummy block, it's a good question, but it's also contingent on how you build the multi-block, how you're facing. There's no hard and fast rule. So if you face it facing north, the ladder is rotated this way. If you face it west, you have to rotate it. And I did add some infrastructure to do that. It's just really fiddly when you're building the thing. It's not obvious what position the ladder should be in, right? What angle you should look at. And that's kind of tripping people up with the derrick, is you actually have to build. There's a very specific way to build the ladder in the derrick where you're standing in the center and you're looking out. You have to place the ladder on that face, right? Because the face that you're actually climbing when this is a dummy block is not this back area, it's the front. This is the face you're going to climb on. So visually, it's very confusing if you build the ladder like this. If we wanted to make this actually function like it should, what we would do is build the ladder. Let me position this here. I'm just trying to see. Okay, build the ladder. Right there. Or right there. Right? But make it the face you climb is actually on this side. Right? Or place the ladder over here. And then this is the face you climb. Because this would be the ladder block. This would be the dummy block right here. But you would have to place this properly in the schematic as you're building it. You would have to be standing on this pipe facing out to place the ladder on this outside block. Because there is, as far as I know with the game, there is no ladder goes in the middle sort of setup. It's against a block. But you can build the ladder right here and then access it this direction. So whatever direction you're looking at when you build the ladder, the actual climbable like the face that you're going to climb in the multi-block is actually the opposite side. And like that's just the way that I did it. But yeah, to make it work, the dummy block, no matter what, the dummy block will be climbable from all four sides, right? So once this thing is built, you'll be able to hit this side and climb up the side of it. So it really won't matter which face the ladder actually goes on. The dummy block is the dummy block. But it makes a difference like with the schematic, because what I need if you break the multi-block, like if you break it, I have to replace the dummy with a ladder, and I have to know what orientation that ladder goes in. right? When you break something. So if we put the ladder like right here, right, and remember you're facing north, so when you place it, the ladder goes up the side, but you can't be standing, you can't just stand on this side and look in and place it. You have to go back, right, and behind and place it like this. And it's just it's not my favorite feature, but it was a quick and dirty way of getting climbable structures both as you're building it and after you form it, right? It's a solution that like works on both cases. And yeah, it's just how I solved that. So this block here, right? We could bring this up, go to face, copy, go here. Well, yeah, let's bring that back down. And let's grab let's make a new voxel. Let's do ladder base. Okay, we want that to be 8. $24, 8, 8, 16. Okay. And then we could just do that. Why not? Base, paste. Well, let's just shift paste. Go to down, clear, enabled. So the recipe, instead of being a slab right here, would just be a concrete block. Right? But it is what it is. So the up. Okay. So remember, when you're standing on this block, which is whatever this block is, probably a slab or engineering block or something, right? This block will be something. You have to stand on this one to face this way to build the ladder. This will be a slab, this will be a slab, this will be a slab, etc. And then because there's going to be, right, a walkway up on top. We're going to build there's going to be platforms. Even though it's going to be only 5 high, remember, you're going to be able to build 6 add-ons to this. The add-on will be a very basic version of this with its own pipe and output, and then you'll have all of the outputs going down the line. So let's grab this. Let's take this ladder. I can't remember what texture. Let's look at block types. Deco. Metal ladder. Texture. Game block ingot. So it's just the steel. It's just a steel ingot, literally. So we have image import block.
Question in chat.
Letters going straight up would be in the middle of the walkway. Yeah, there'll be a hole in the walk, like the platform. There'll be a hole in the walkway going up. But remember, the way the ladder is placed, you're actually going to access it on the other side, right? So even though it's up against this face, the hole is actually going to be on the other side. So looking at once the multi-block is done, you're going to look up and see the hole in the walkway, and it's going to be on the other side, so that it won't interrupt the pipe at all, or at least it shouldn't. But that is a good. I'll check the model after I get this done. So iron, blue painted worn steel plate, shiny iron. Apply. Copy. Paste. 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 Does that look a little drab? It might look a little too drab. I don't know. Image. Import. A little bit of a little bit of rust. Copy, paste. A little bit of texture variation. Let's make that a little bit less uniform. Just so there's some variation. Same with these. Like it really doesn't matter where these go. Up would be a little bit like that. Okay. Remember, so you're building it facing this way, right? So the block space, imagine like this block space here, imagine this is underneath here. This is the block space that the dummy block goes in. But when you climb it, you're climbing it against this face over here. You're climbing it here. So this block space is free to be a pipe or a ladder all the way up, leaving this block space right here and this one here available for output. Or it would probably be this, like there'll be just outputs going up inset here, and then all of the outputs will be in line, right? So this ladder here, we're just going to name ladder. Well, let's name it ladder 1. And then we're going to duplicate it. one more time. Okay. And yeah, we could do texture shenanigans here. Like, we could flip this texture, and I'm already like 3.5 hours in, and this is how much I've gotten done. There's so much more to do. Like, I still haven't done the add-ons. So the walkway here, I don't like. The add-ons will be 3 blocks tall. That's kind of where that's what I'm looking at. 3 blocks tall. Is that enough for is three blocks tall enough to do a whole nother set of platforms? Because remember, the add-ons themselves will each be their own multi-block, right? So you're going to have to build one, form it, build another one, form it, build the next one, form it, and go up the top, right? You're not going to be able to just build them all in one shot and form the whole thing. That would be a nightmare. So this is a good start. The platforms, like the modeling of the platform, when I did it for the distillation tower, it was brutal. When I had to remodel the whole thing, oh man. So I might simplify it a little bit here. So if we go here and we say, all right, let's grab this. We're going to do a new voxel. We're going to pull this out. This is going to be platform 1. Okay. So let's do a voxel size is going to be 16 by 16. Position 63 0 no 8. We are going to bump into that pipe right there, which is not ideal. No, maybe not. Let's 32 16. Okay. Yeah, we have a little Z fighting here. So we need to shrink that. Couple. And then face clear image import. Thought I had one called like mesh.
There's a comment in chat.
2.5. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, 2.5 blocks tall. That's 2.5 meters. That's like 8 feet tall. That's a big. You'd be like, that's like bigger than Shaq. Like, that is a large entity. I think at most you're 2 blocks tall. It's probably a small It's probably like 1.6 or something like that. But I don't know for sure. Like I've not done a lot with the characters themselves. Where is the mesh? There it is. And of fucking course I put on the wrong face. Up, paste, down, paste. Thank you. And then north. We're just going to clear that for now. And we're going to copy it. Right? Well, no. Let's do this. And let's actually offset it vertically like 62.9 to try to eliminate the Z fighting of the textures. So it's just like it's just a little bit lower than normal. So so this one we're going to copy, and now this can be one that we let's oh my god. Can I move this out and then put that one there? There we go. This one is off size, so I don't want to deal with that. This one here, copy it again, move it out. One more time. Okay. Then the whole thing. Copy that. Move that out. I'll deal with the faces in a bit. Yeah, having the distillation tower off center is a nightmare. I'm debating whether that was a good idea. Okay, so then we want this to be copied, and then we're going to bring that back. We're going to do it one more time. Two more times. This one we don't need at all. So let's just move this one. Oh my god. If I could click there. Nope. Why? Why does it, when I really spin the wheel, it sometimes like grabs the page? It's weird. So this one here we might need to also delete. Wow, it deletes it. It hides the whole thing. Okay, whatever. Totally OSHA approved. Yeah, the fact that this is the base of the whole thing was a probably a mistake. But as you can see, this is like the ladder, right? So this is where you come up, and you can come up and go this way. This one, once you build the add-on, this one will be taken by a block, right? There'll be an actual block right here that will be the output. This will be the output for the add-on. So just imagine there's something on top of this, but the start of it won't be a platform. The start of it will be a distillation tower, and you'll have three blocks, and then a platform above that with 3 ladders. So I'm like, I don't know, like, what do people think about having one expansion per, or having an expansion be it adds 2, right? It adds 2 or 3. I don't know, like, what people would want, because being able to individualize it and say, I'm going to build a base and I'm going to build 3 add-ons. That'll be the recipe for that, right? Crude oil in and 4 out. It'll just automatically select that. There will be no selecting of recipes. You're just going to say how big is the distillation tower. That's what determines the recipe. And I know there's railings and there's safety stuff on these, but you have any idea how much of a nightmare that would be to code? I don't know. I don't know how to do like the custom collision boxes and stuff. That is a thing that I just don't know how to do that. So what we need now is like all the little faces in here I need to hide. Right? Because the engine will try to draw them, even though they're null or whatever, which is where the hide untextured faces would be very handy. But I'm going to try to simplify the platform, like the little detail around the outside. I'm going to try to simplify that again. Oh my god, let's minimize all these. Okay. Whoa. 64. What am I? This is north. Okay. What is the texture? We want to do image, apply, copy, paste. So this is going to be what, 3? I want to try to get something that's tileable. So this is going to be 0.5. This is going to be there. That's too dark. It's way too dark. Image. Apply. Okay. So we're gonna copy. Well, no. Let's delete. I'm trying to make this. I just remembered. I'm trying to make this simpler. Oh my god. Let's dial it back to here. 16. Maybe make it one more. Drop it down one. Face. South image import. I do have, I believe, yes. I attempted. So we go in here, and I need to bump this in. Because otherwise, okay, so the distillation tower, the 3D, the actual model of the distillation tower, when I got it all done, I was trying to do a texture like this, but the grading I discovered, the underside of the texture, if you have the top texture like this and you look at it from the bottom, it doesn't, the texture is not double-sided, right? And I could not figure out a way to make it double-sided. So I took the model, which at the time was it was just over 1,000 triangles, right? If there's a triangle counter on this, count triangles, right? It was just over 1,000 triangles, and then I actually 3D modeled the thing right here. So I had a crosshatch, I had all of that stuff 3D model, and I tiled it around the outside. It over doubled the number of triangles just in the distillation tower. Just that feature, right? So, I was not happy with that at all. I was like, ooh, that's not good. So this thing then, the south face image, this apply, right? And then can we fatten that up a little bit? I mean, it looks like total garbage. I know. I am aware. We do that, right? And then east. Why again? Why? Copy, east, paste. south, paste, east, paste, east, paste. I want to control north, west, 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 west. South, south. There we go. So all of the textures and all of the shapes that I didn't do. So this one, north, disabled, west, disabled. And then this one, like disable, 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 disable. And that gets rid of the phantom faces. Again, I need a hotkey for this, or a macro, or like something. Something would be better than nothing in this situation. I don't know how devs can work with a tool for literally 10 years. Imagine literally everything in the game is made this way, right? Like just the amount of things that I've discovered, like, or the sort of improvements that you could make with this tool, you would think after 10 years that, you know, the guys would the people using these day in and day out would be like kind of pressuring, you know, Tyrone and people to go in and make it better. But I seem to be the only modder person trying to improve things, at least trying to suggest ways to improve things. But so now it's a little bit, you know, now that those faces are gone, you can kind of get a gander, a look-see. Okay, so the platform support, we're going to copy this. We're going to kind of get some hierarchy here. We're going to put this over there, and we need to dial this back to like there, right? And then we do it again. And then again. Right? So that's your basic detail. I mean, it's so ugly. I know it is. It is what it is. You're just going to have to deal. Like one of the things I posted on somewhere, it's either in the comments section or in the patch notes or somewhere, that's like, you know, to the people who criticize or complain about the models or the like whatever, to like, I can't remember how I worded it, but I'm like, anybody who like wants to criticize the look of the mod, I look forward to your pull request with something better. I'm doing this right now. Usually I do this kind of stuff after the stream, or, you know, days later. Because again, this is not going to be buildable in the game or in the mod for quite some time. But y'all voted, you know, I had 3 whole votes for modeling. So, now there's even more. Looks like 13 people voted and still got model. So, model still won out. But again, this is not going to be buildable in the game for quite some time. There. That is a platform and a half right there. That's good to go. Ideally, this one would probably be left out. Possibly, maybe. Yeah. And I can't. So let's just clear and delete. So now we can take this and we are going to pull back to, push to, I probably should. Oh my God. Not the button I wanted to hit. Let's take this one. We are going to drop this to, we're going to move this, and we're just going to move it down. The textures should be fine. I'm still going to keep the hole, but I wanted to drop that a little bit. So this one we want face south enabled. And I need to take this, copy this, paste. This I have to reset again. Right? Because I can't, if I add this texture to this one, for that little, there was like 2 voxels here, it would go all the way across. And I just can't be bothered. So this is the west face. West enabled paste. North enabled paste. There. I'm not going to do these little support things around in there. That would be overkill. I don't need to do that. Okay. There and there and there. Let's just close all of those. Okay. Platform support. We're going to copy the whole thing. And then we need to move it back. Like that. Then grab that one, duplicate it. All right. This side, I'm not 100% sure about that. So what we can do, right? I kind of want, well, let's do this. We're going to copy that. We are going to separate that. Essentially rotate it. In, Copy it again. Move it. Jesus. Move it down. And we have to edit this. Because we need to reduce it by a voxel. Because this is one thick, and this is butted up against that, so we need to pull that back one. And then the face of just this one, we need to bump that. Bump that. So 115. 115. How did that get rid of that? $16. How is that off? 1 16 8. 1 1 16 8. 180 degrees. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Okay. So this one, let's take the reference here. 32. And then this one should be right in line. Yes, okay. Yep. Let's push this back out. That's why I have those reference blocks. They're really handy for making sure everything lines up. So this, I think the texture needs to be rotated. And it probably needs to be rotated in all these, but I am really not going to bother right now. So let's do that. One more. One more. And then this one is going to be back one. There. There. Why is this? How do those not line up perfectly? Like how? Now in the game, you're only going to see this. The one in the back is not going to draw, right? It doesn't draw the back of a texture, at least not in my experience. So weird. Oh well. I am not going to nitpick. It's a minor detail. Let's take this set. Duplicate it. We don't need this one. What do we do about this? Ooh. So the north face. No, that would be east. Nope. West. I don't usually rotate blocks, right? I don't usually rotate things, right? But because these are rotated, it's just like it's confusing because the whole model space rotates, right? So east is not east anymore, right? East is like north or east is south. Like it just rotates everything, and my brain sort of blue screens at that point. Okay, that is a crazy amount of detail. So the last part here is the texture on the outside of these, which this is the south face. So this is an image import, and I've got this one here. This is the standard border around the whole thing that I've got in the mod. Right? So take this, copy east, paste 8, 16, 16. So this south, paste. I really wish you could paste and also paste the UV coordinate. That's another little feature. South, paste 8, 16, 16. Paste 8, 16, 16. South, paste. Paste. West. Paste. West. Paste. West. Paste. North. Paste. Okay. I mean, it doesn't look like much, but remember, you'll be able to have 6 add-ons on top of this thing, which is like, it'll be a little bit bigger, right? It's going to be bigger. This is just like the very basic. You've just got it going. And yeah, there's the whole rivets, the little design of the rivets going around. That just takes so much time. Trust me, it takes so much time. It is nice to being able to just copy and paste stuff. But these are, these multi-blocks are pretty big, complex blocks, right? These are Ray are at 1,200 triangles, 1,246. So, it's not bad, but it's also not crazy high, right? You definitely don't want to be 10,000, 20,000, like that would be insane. But you could do that. You could have a intricately detailed model, right? If you really optimize the faces, if you really optimized it and you weren't going to have many in the world, right? If you weren't going to have hundreds of these, you can do a super detailed model. Because you're going to have one, and one is enough, right? You don't need many of them. So yeah, anyway, it is what it is. And I don't know if the camera picks up the little artifact sparklies in the textures, right? You can see when I'm moving it around. That is a result of the faces that I haven't hidden yet. That's what that is. Once you hide all of those untextured faces, that goes away. You don't get that sparkliness anymore. Because it's not trying to render something behind a pixel that's texture, right? It's not trying to render something underneath. So yeah, you can really see it down here. Like there's just sparklies is the faces that aren't hidden. So what we can do actually is take this design, copy it. We're going to save as, and we're going to do distillation extension. Okay. Now, what are we going to get rid of? Well, we're going to get rid of like lots of things. Most of all the base stuff. I want to keep this one though. So base 21, I want to keep. So we're going to take this and move this like here. All of these can go bye-bye. This can go bye-bye. Like, why did this thing... Let's go to cube again. Go to here. I don't think I need any of these. So delete all of those. Delete all of those. Delete all of those. We don't need any new power. Interaction block we are going to need. So we're going to keep that for now. We're going to delete, I think, all of these. I need to use the bathroom again. Oh. just about stepped on the cat. She moved while I was in the bathroom, right? She's a dark, like, not black cat, but she's a dark, shadowy cat. I come out of the bathroom, turn the light off, and I just about step on her. She had jumped off the couch and very much anticipating what I'm doing. Since I've gotten her, I've stepped on her twice. And she's just like, whatever, dude. Like, whatever. As long as I get what I want. So let's take this ladder base. Let's delete that. Right? And what we're going to do is we're going to lower all of this down one block. Right? Because this is already where it needs, well, not exactly where it needs to be, but everything else needs to basically be there, just lower. So this, right, we want to lower this to 0. Same with these, 16, and these, 32. Okay. And then pipe. Why? So I think what we're going to do, we're going to take this. Oh my God. We're going to pull this back. Push it up 1. Remember, this is the output. Base. Copy. Base. This is south. Paste. North. Paste. Down. Enabled. Paste. It's the little details, right? So this, let's just delete this and move that down. Okay. So the ladders, again. Whoa. Oh, they're not. There. Now we can move them all down. Okay. Um, let's take, this is the interaction block. Remember, this is the block that you have to smack to get it to form. So we want, let's make this a full sized. And let's, for one, bring it down to 0. Okay. So the block, when you build this thing, right, you're going to build the donut. Because this, while this is 2x2, when you build it, it'll actually be a hollow 3x3 donut. And so, like the pipes here, this will be part of the donut, although I'll probably use some other block on this face, maybe light engineering, will be up the side of that, which will indicate this is where the pipes will appear, right? So the donut will be like 7 sheet metal and then 1 light engineering, and then on the bottom will be the interaction block. So this will be the interaction block. But what it looks like in the multi-block can be whatever we want it to look like. So it is what it is. So we go top, well, south, we can clear that. That's a non-issue. Down. Okay, so this, can we just do 16? Is that perfect? There we go. 3, 13, 3, 0, 13, 16. So we're going to go up. 3, 3, 0, 13, 16. West, paste. Clear. Copy. Paste. 90. 3, 0, 13, 16. Okay. And then the north face. Can be whatever. But when you build it, it'll be the interaction block. It's not going to be an engineering block. But I don't want to do the red right here. It doesn't make any sense to have it red. It doesn't really make any sense to have it this either. So let's do image this. That fits maybe a little bit better. It's still a little too dark. Image. I think that might be a shadowing issue because this is the exact same colors. This and this are the exact. It's the exact like brightness, but it looks darker here because I think it's just how the faux shadows, because you can see even the ladder here does the same thing. These are the same textures, but it does the little shading. Okay, so now the nightmare that is all of these. Platform. We need these to drop. $48, $47.9. Wait, this is not right. 46.9? Yeah, that's better. I was like, something is wrong with this. $46. 6. $44 is the platform supports. We're getting some Z fighting here. I think it's for the up face on all of these voxels of the supports. Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup to do. But that is essentially, right, one of the extensions. So this would sit on top of the platform of the distillation, and then another one of these would go on top of one of these, right? So you just tile this 6 times above the distillation tower, right? Each time using this block to form the next one, and then the distillation tower would have some sort of, it's going to need some sort of logic that detects how many are there, and that would run, once every 5 minutes or something, right? Or I could pick up a neighbor block changed with a dummy block, and I could pass that, right? If an on neighbor block change, I could pass it to the core, and only then would it reevaluate, because the neighbor block change then would need the extension. The dummy blocks of the extension would then have to bind themselves to the core of the distillation tower in some way. That's like, it's like Inception with multi-blocks. It's like a multi-block of multi-blocks. I just make things hard for myself. That's just what I do. I just make things difficult. And my lab goblin came here. Yeah. The lab goblin. Yeah. Somebody wants treats. Does somebody want treats? Huh? I don't have them on me. She immediately tries to sniff my hand. Like, ooh. But yeah, this is essentially the distillation extension. Very simple, but it is what it is. So this and this reference can go on this block. The down on this, it doesn't need a texture. It's you should never see it. Although now that I'm thinking about it, somebody's definitely going to figure out a way. Somebody's going to definitely figure out a way to see that block. And they're like, you don't have a thing. Okay, so face, down, enable. We're going to just copy this, paste, down, enable, paste, down, enable, paste, down, paste. There. Like you said the word, you're not delivering. You're not delivering it. Present the treat. Yeah. Okay. And the reason why like the ladder and stuff is needed is, not everybody uses my angel belt. Angel belt would make building this without a ladder really easy. But I'm assuming that most people, don't like using that. So you would need to build this legit, and you would have to climb all the way up here in order to build it. Oh, she's back. Yeah, she's back. I did not deliver in time. So she's jumping up here to remind me. So yeah, that is, the basics of the extension. That was dead easy to make compared to the base because we used the same stuff. So I can also get rid of the reference, I think. Yeah, delete that. Delete that. There's a few more little things that I can do with this. I need to add the rivets and get it all pretty. Yeah. Because somebody demands it. But yeah, let's see this again. Enable. Even if I could have that as on a hotkey, it would be better. A lot of faces. So you can see there's no little sparklies anymore in here. And if we go back to an area that I haven't done, you can see little right here, little sparklies that show up. Yeah. So many. They're not as many as there was on the. Because I use like full blocks inside here, that really helps minimize the amount of shenanigans that I have to do. Or even like a right click or something. Also, why can't this be right over here? Click, 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 click. Either that or click all the way down here. Click. Up, click, all the way down here. Click. Up, click, all the way. Oh, I got more in here. East. South. South. Ah, yes. Up. Yeah, anytime you see like sparkly. Hmm, I'm seeing something in here. Not sure where that would be from though. This north, as well as this north, aren't needed. So yeah, again, south and east. And north. Now there's a block in here. That is effectively the core. East, south, up, down. This is north, south, and west. North. Nope, north is done. South, west. West, east. West. Okay, did that one already. These are all done. Still getting. I should not be getting sparklies out of here. Oh, I know why I am. There is a texture on the face. So I'm getting elements of that texture under here. I'm not going to worry about it. It's the bottom. You should never see it. There's really no reason to see the bottoms of these machines. Okay. Well, that is the gist. That's just the basics. I could do the band around here, but again, that's just going to take a lot of time. That's busy work, basically. It's a lot of copy and pasting. So yeah, everybody wanted a model, so here's the model. And just imagine, right? Just imagine it's much taller. 6 times 3. So that's 18 plus 5, 23 blocks. 23 blocks tall is the the fully kitted out distillation will be 23 blocks tall. Which is really tall, by the way. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. Come back Saturday, where we're just, I'm open to suggestions from patrons and whatever to know what we want to stream. If anybody wants to stream something, let me know. We can make it work. Otherwise, I may tinker around with EU5 if there's interest in that. I was up till 5 this morning playing EU5. Like it hooks. It gets the hooks into you, and you just dominating. It's the first time I've ever played sort of that style game in a long, long, long time, and I'm enjoying it. I'm also enjoying learning how to mod it because everything is moddable in it, and it's really fun. But so if there's no one around or people don't really want to do anything directly, I'll do some EU5. Otherwise, if there's interest in coding or whatever, I can do that too. But or work on commission work if it comes down to that. I can do commission work on stream as well. If somebody wants to commission something and they actually want to watch the process of it getting made.
You do have a last minute question here too.
The output of just the base will be a very, very inefficient diesel. That's what I'm thinking. Right? It could be anything, right? But in my brain, the way that this works is you get really easy to get oil on the surface, right? The geyser, the little pool, that's easy to get. You put a pump down, you pump it out into a tank, you take the tank back to base, and now you have a refinery. Just the base, right? And the base gives you some diesel. But it's at a 10% efficiency. Like you lose for every liter of oil you put in, you get like 0.1 liters of fuel out, right? So if you're the initial reason to do this is the diesel generator, which again we haven't done, right? That's another multi-block. I need to get some screenshots of that. I forgot to build that in the Minecraft world. I'm gonna have to spin that back up again. I need to get some. I need to build and get some good screenshots of the diesel generator. But that is going to be the first MV power generator, right? This is the diesel generator, or I don't know what fuel generator. We got to have a because I think in the end we'll be able to burn more than just diesel. I'll be able to basically support any number of fuels, right? Even base crude oil at a crazy bad thing.
You'd go with LFG, liquid fuel generator.
Yeah, it's not a really commonly used term though. Like 90% of the people playing would not know what LFG meant. They would be like, "Let's fucking go!"
I mean, fair.
But fuel generator, or liquid fuel generator spelled out would be, something that would be obvious. But diesel is, you're going to need diesel. You're going to need diesel generators, okay, to power the derrick. The derrick is, in order to pump more oil and to get the rest of the oil out of a deposit, you're going to need the derrick. Well, the derrick requires a considerable amount of power, right? So you're going to need basically a generator or two, a liquid generator or a fuel generator or two to power the derrick to get the rest of the oil as you build up the stack to get better and better results, right? So one or two, I haven't worked out the math. I haven't worked out the recipes at all. The recipes are like the last thing I do. It's literally the last thing I do. With the recipe for the machines, the recipe for the crafting of the things, it's the last thing I do. Because it's the most fun thing, right? It's the thing you want to do first, but it's literally it is the last thing you do. You have to build the infrastructure and the thing before you can implement the recipe. So you might as well implement the thing first. So a full stack of 6, right, plus the base, you're going to have 7 outputs. Well, the 7 outputs, will be variegated from like naphtha, lubricant, heavy oil. It'll be a variety of things. And then there'll be another thing, which is the coker. That's why I showed the coker at the beginning of the stream. That'll be basically like what Factorio calls the chemical plant. The coker will be the chemical plant. And the chemical plant, you'll be able to crack the other products into other products, right? You'll be able to crack some product into more diesel. So you'll be able to get, at the end, with the cracking industry, you'll be able to get, and I'm kind of roughly modeling it off of the Factorio, because it's a simplistic system, but just complex enough, right? It's approachable and just complex enough. But it also leaves room for y'all to rebalance it and create add-on mods that create pianodons with the system, right? The sky's the limit if you want to invest the time in customizing recipes and just creating an add-on mod, right? A rebalance mod that just goes in and patches recipes, adds new recipes, stuff like that. Just like you do with the base game, you can do that with my mod, and you can augment, add, rebalance all of the recipes to make it as complex as you want. But I have to try to approach the feature with the umbrella of I want to try to make it challenging, but not discouraging. Okay, I want to make it challenging, but not discouraging to people who maybe not are as familiar with, production mods or production games and stuff like that, right? And sort of introduce people to a level of production where you start simple and you go up. Now, some people might never go past the base of the distillation tower, right? They might just build that and deal with the 10% efficiency and not care. Because the amount of oil in a well can be tens of thousands of blocks, right? That's millions of liters of oil in one well. That might be enough to sustain you for a long time. But if you wanted the higher level things, if you wanted to get into what eventually will be HV tier in the nuclear side of things, you're going to need oil products. Surprise, surprise. You're going to need oil products like plastics and alloys in the production of the nuclear machinery and stuff, centrifuges and all of that. Yeah, you like everything in my mod, Kelly, is moddable, right? You can make add-on rebalance mods just like you can with the base game, right? Directory structure is basically the same. The file, when you do a JSON patch, right? You tell it what file. You just give it the file. You give it vintage engineering : whatever the file is, just like you do the base game. When you reference a file, and then to add recipes, you do the same thing. You just use the directory structure that I've already built. Because the game sort of normalizes all the directories, right? It takes your domain, which is the default domain for the game is called game, right? That's why if you see a mod and you look in the assets and you see game, that's the domain, right? The domain of what it's targeting. And then most modern mods add their own domain to make sure they're not overriding base game stuff, right? And so you add a domain that sort of sets aside like, hey, this is stuff for this mod. And all of that should work just fine. I've not heard that there are any problems with it. And I would welcome people tinkering and experimenting, because if there are bugs, I would like to know if there are bugs with that process, right? Adding a patch, adding recipes, right? If you try something and it doesn't work, and you actually do some effort to fix it, to experiment and see, like, maybe you named the file wrong, maybe you're targeting the wrong domain, like actually put 5 minutes into debugging it a little bit. And if you can't, then if nothing happens and you can't fix it, then I would like to know what the logs and stuff are, because that tells you. I mean, somebody posted a crash in the Vintage Engineering channel on my Discord that has nothing to do with my mod, and they're on the old version. They're on an old version of the game, right? So those little details stick out, right? If I compile the mod against 1.21.6 and that person posted some crash that didn't really have anything to do with my mod, but they were on 121.4, well, there's a reason why the latest versions of the mod only target 1.21.6, because there was a fundamental change in a base API interface that broke everything for 1.21.6. And so you cannot backtrack You can't take a 1.21.6 mod and play it on 1.21.4. Whoever made that change to the interface, I don't know what happened to them, but I hope they were yelled at, because that was a ridiculously stupid thing to do. And I, like, when it happened, I reached out to Tyrone and I was like, you're usually good at doing this and not breaking things for minor versions, but somebody broke the shit out of the game. Like, it broke every mod, literally every mod that uses a custom inventory. 1.21.6 broke every of them. Like, if you defined your own custom inventory using the interface, it broke them all. And it's like, that was a disaster. So yeah, you want to be very specific, right? So the last version I put out of the mod, which was last week, will probably be the last version for 1.21 set of the game. So 1.22 is going to also change a shit ton of the API stuff. And what they're trying to do with these API changes, they're trying to make more of the game, more of the base game, accessible and changeable by mods. Because there were elements of the survival end of the game that were more or less hard coded, that were hard to get into. And so they're trying to refactor stuff to make it more moddable, or at least more accessible to mods, and that's requiring a bunch of rewrites. So if you play 1.22 and you use, say, my flexible tools mod, well, you can expect that the magnet is not going to work, because they completely refactored the wearable classes for the game. So I'm going to have to go in once 1.22 goes stable. I'm going to have to go in and basically figure that shit out. And I don't want to do it yet because it could change. Right? So I'm holding off. So when 1.22 comes out, if you have a really heavily modded game, don't update. Wait for a while, right? Because you want to ensure that all the mods that you're using are updated, and they won't be right away. Even if some are trying to update for 1.22, like pre-release versions, you could easily break it from one version to the next. So it's just wise just to hold off. I always recommend that when a new version comes out. If you jump on the bandwagon, if you're playing a vanilla game not modded, go for it. But if you've got a modded playthrough, you don't want to change versions right away. That is pretty disastrous. But anyway, yeah. There are a ton of mods that break my mod, right? There are a ton of mods out there that break vintage engineering. And I get people all the time talking about, like, hey, I'm using this mod and this thing broke and blah blah blah. And I'm like, I can't, there's 6,000 mods. There's 6,000 mods on the mod hub. Right? I'm not gonna be able to keep up. I can't add a patch for every mod. I can't add that would take all my time. Like, every single mod that's out there trying to make compatibility, I am unable to do that, right? So if there are major problems that another mod breaks my mod, I don't see that as a responsibility for my mod, right? Because I make every effort to not break vanilla. Not like, I make every effort to be additive to the game, where I'm adding content, I'm adding features, right? I'm not changing what's there as much as I possibly can, right? I am not changing what exists. I am only trying to add. But if you use a mod that completely borks a base game vanilla thing, and it's something fundamental to my mod that needs it, it's gonna break. And it's like, I think it's up to that other mod. If you are making a mod that invasively changes the vanilla game in some way, right? Items, blocks, behaviors, entities. If you are pushing a change to the vanilla game, then it is up to you to either add features that disable that particular change or compatibility to other mods that try to use those things, right? So a good example is there's a mod that removes the vanilla axe head, right? The thing you smith, the axe head, it removes the vanilla axe head from the game. Well, my log splitter requires that in the recipe, the axe head. By removing it from the game, that other mod causes the recipe to crash when you look at it because it can't find the axe head. So if you are removing something as fundamental as a tool head from the game, you really need to be careful with what you're doing. You really do, right? Because there's no reason to do that, right? You can use the axe head however ways you want. If you're removing something from the vanilla game, you don't know what other mods are out there that are doing that, which is why the only really big change that I make with Vintage Engineering is I go in and I patch the metal plates to, if you try to turn them back into bits, I go in and I make them worth 1 ingot because of the metal press. The metal press presses 1 ingot to a plate, right? But there was an exploit where you do that and you'd be able to get 2 ingots back. Then you'd make 2 plates and get 4 ingots back and make 4 plates. And people were complaining that it was a duplication exploit, which it was. So I went in and patched it. And I was like, you did a metal plate to a, you get a loss. You're going to convert it to metal bits. It's, if you smith it, there's a loss. But if you use the metal press, it's a net break even, right? Well, then some other fucking mod of some kind goes in and changes that recipe back. And it's like, then I got a bunch more people complaining, like, this is broken. And I'm like, I already fixed it. If it's broken, there's another mod that rebroke it. So I don't know why that other mod would have to redefine metal plates. There was no reason to override it, but they did for some reason. So it's like, okay, well, there's only so much I can do, right? I've really tried to make Vintage Engineering as copacetic and compatible with everything as I can. And so if you're making a mod to try to rebalance stuff, just keep that in mind. Like, you don't want to go in and start breaking stuff en masse. You'll be a little gentle. Be a little gentle. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Hope to see you back here on Saturday, where we're either going to be doing more modding. We're going to be either, maybe we're going to dive into EU5, or we could even dive into EU5 modding, right? I don't know how many EU5 modding content there is on YouTube. It hasn't really been into my feed at all. I've watched a lot of EU5. I haven't seen a lot of EU5 modding content. So I don't know. I have a lot to learn, though. I'm not an expert by any means. It's very complex. But anyway, thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Subscribe if you're new, and consider being a patron or channel member, or finding some way to support, the work that I do on the channel, and all the mods that I make, right? If you have commission ideas, if you want to talk about that, I am open to modding commissions and stuff like that. So, it looks like I might be able to do a commission work here in the next couple weeks. So, looking forward to that. But yeah, thanks Ross and Renegade for keeping me company today. And hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.